Okay, at this time, let me just welcome everyone to the Tuesday, October 26th work session of the Harnett County Commissioners and also a joint meeting with the Harnett County Board of Education. Appreciate you folks being here this morning, and we will we're talking about the redistricting process that's going on. But at this time, I'll call the work session for the County Commissioners to order. Mr. Godfrey, would you like to call your meeting to order?
I'd like to call the Harnett County Board of Education to order this time, please.
And at this time, we'd ask Vice Chairman Lou Witherspoon if he would do our Pledge of Allegiance and invocation.
Please stand. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, thanking you for another day, thanking you for the many blessings that you give us individually and as a group and as a county and a state and a nation. Lord, we ask that you be with us as we go about doing the work of Harnett County today, and that everything that we do would be pleasing in your sight. These things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. At this time, the next item on the agenda would be the joint meeting with the and discussion of redistricting process with our Board of Education and Mr. Shire. So I will turn the floor over to you.
Okay. I feel like my pastor. Good morning. Thank you for letting me come back and meet with you. I apologize I couldn't be here at the last meeting in person, but I look forward to working with all of you. My understanding is that all of the board members have received a draft of the revised map. The current map is legally compliant. It balances all the districts on a population basis. It tries to maintain a VRA or a minority district to the extent possible. And it also, we received a request, very understandable request from the school board members that we keep all of the incumbents in their own districts, which required a change, but a change that we were able to accommodate, thankfully. At this point, what I'd like to do, and what we've done with other boards, is once we've provided a map that is compliant, typically what we do is we get a general sense from the board members whether or not this map is workable, or if we need to start from scratch. On occasion we have heard we need to start from scratch, or if this is workable but there's some changes that we need to make. In other words, there's some boundary lines that the demography team didn't fully appreciate exactly how we're affecting certain communities of interest and stuff like that. And so what I would hope to do, and in talking to some of the county attorneys who I believe have spoken to some of the board members, is it sounds like we might be in a position to start talking about discrete changes that board members would like to make to the maps. And I'd love to do that at this public session. Maybe we can go over to the maps here. The objective would be for Peter Morrison. Peter, can you hear me? Can you wave?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, we got, wow, you're behind me on a big screen. All right, so Peter Morrison is the lead demographer. He is in New England, so he's not able to join us in person, but I work with him closely on all the changes. What we'll probably do here is make sure I understand the changes. We'll probably draw them all out on a map, and then I'll work with Peter offline to communicate those changes in more detail rather than carry that cumbersome process over a Zoom meeting. But along the way, I'll be making sure Peter listens in, and if we have any questions, we'll work with the county attorneys to circle back to make sure we understand changes clearly. But at this point, what I'd love to do is maybe look to the chairs to see if there's any opening remarks or thoughts on the maps, or if we want to open up the floor to comments and kind of, I suspect you know where your respective boards stand in terms of their thoughts on the maps and how we proceed, and I'm really here to serve y'all.
Well, I cannot speak for the Board of Education, and I would just say the general comments that I've heard from my fellow commissioners. I think there are probably some small tweaks that some of our folks are interested in looking at. So I think that's kind of where we are at this point, but please correct me if I'm speaking out of turn.
Mr. Matthews, last week, we met and looked over the board that we had. And of course, we did a few tweaks ourselves that we decided we wanted to do. And Mr. Powell and Ms. Bennett have kind of predicament, that they're both in the same district. So there's not supposed to be any double bunking, so we've got to take care of that before we can do anything.
And Mr. Godfrey, if I may, in addition to that, Mr. Shower, not only were Ms. Bennett and I, swapped districts, but different districts, and once we requested that to be corrected, I was in double bunk with Mr. Lemons, so I'm now currently in Mr. Lemons' district.
Okay. So Ms. Bennett is supposed to be in District 1. My understanding, my impression was we made that
I thought
correction.
those corrections were,
Yes.
I thought those were corrected. Is that not true? With
My
the last
understanding-
map that we got?
My understanding is that you were moved into District 1. Mr. Powell, I believe we were trying to move you into District 2, but it looks like we accidentally placed you into District 3
That is
instead.
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You did switch the
You
districts
switched.
back properly, District 1 and 2. However, I was inadvertently placed in
Okay.
the edge of Mr. Lemons' district. Be a slight tweak.
Yeah, it looks like you're right on the edge, and so it looks
Yes,
like
sir.
it's simply moving the line just a little bit to move you into District 2, which
Yes,
would
sir.
not
It
be.
looked like you changed the District 3 to come down and swoop in part of my district and so forth. And
We did.
I
We
think
kinda
it
had-
did easy fix, but it would like that correct.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. When I looked at the map, unfortunately, the level of detail I had, I was not able to tell exactly where the line was, and we gave, the demographers had specific instructions to correct the error of your two districts, and you noted that we had to kind of swoop around to pick you up, and so I assumed it was corrected, but that's going to be the first correction that we do make.
Thank you.
But did not the last map do that?
The last map was intended to do that, and it corrected it for you, but it looks like we placed the line just on the wrong side of Mr. Powell's house and put him into District 3 rather than District 2. And so we'll have to correct that.
How are we supposed to get the small tweaks that we have to you?
What I'd like to do is we have large maps over here, and I'd love, for those who have changes to kind of meet with me at the map and walk through the changes, and
Okay,
then I
will
can
meet
take
with you,
notes.
because I couldn't figure out one line. I just couldn't figure out where it was. I couldn't find it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to meet with you.
Absolutely.
I'm concerned about, we had a lot of growth in the 5th district. And in the 4th district as well. I'm concerned about how you dealt with the southeastern area of the 5th district and shifted that, I'm concerned about how you shifted that growth.
Okay.
And you shifted some of it in the 5th district. But if it's, not 5th district, but the 1st district. If it's in a minority district, I want to understand what's in that, what you shift. Simply because if we're trying to create a minority district, and the numbers are low now, they're very low. So I need to know, we all need to know, who are these constituents that you shifted towards the 1st district? And that goes for the 2nd district too, because there's a shift in the southwestern area of the 2nd district to the 1st district. Is that not right, or am I got it backwards?
You're correct. There were shifts to all
There
of the
were
districts, ma'am.
shifts there.
Yes.
So I'm concerned about what those shifts are, because it can make it kind of unbalanced for all the districts.
Well, let's talk about the 1st district if we could. So the 1st district is the Voting Rights Act district.
Right.
That is supposed to be a minority district. If you look at, I have a handout that I can reference, which might be of assistance as we talk through this. Oh, it's actually up here. looks like, oh, that would be great. Yes. So the handout is very simple. It's just a relatively low resolution of the map on the first page, and then the associated statistics with the current districts as they stand today, and then the statistics associated with the draft map that's on the first page of the handout. And so we'll kind of help guide our discussion about.
Did you look at the numbers for that last map? Because it seems to me they were higher than the ones before. Okay, ma'am.
That's the way it's going.
I know that the numbers were higher. The numbers are 42.2. This is the original one, it's 43.
So, Ms. McCoy, if I could, if you would look at the second page in the first graph, what you see when the yellow box that says original district, those are the current populations of the districts as they stand today.
Yeah.
And what you notice is District 1 has a total population of 22,000. And what it should have is a population closer to 26,000. So in other words, it's a very small district, and we had to add people to the district. You'll also notice, before we even touch the district, that the African-American population accounted for 43% of the voting age population. So it's right around 43%, beneath the 50% that I think it was originally drawn at back around in 2010.
Right.
And so what we had to do is we had to, as a matter of law, we had to increase the size of District 1. Right? We had to bring it closer to the average. And that required us moving at least 3,000, 4,000 people into the district to make it of an equal size of the surrounding districts. And in doing so, what we tried to do is make sure as we moved populations in, that they were of a large enough black population whenever possible to maintain the relative ratio of blacks to whites in the district. The challenge we found was, if you look at the map, you know, District 1, one of the demographers called it dragon-like. I mean, it reaches everywhere as it tries to find black populations to create a majority of blacks in the district. And we simply weren't able to find enough black populations near District 1 to maintain a majority. And so what we did is we did the best possible, and we were able to add 4,000 people to the district and only drop the percentage by 1%, which frankly was pretty impressive, but obviously falls short of the objective of trying to reach 50%. But as we looked at the map and worked through the numbers, we just frankly weren't able to find pockets of black population near District 1 to add to it, to increase the total population size, but also maintain a 50% majority like we would like to.
And so now, the population is 42.2.
Yes, it dropped from, as it currently stands, 43%. We were able to add, well, it looks like almost 5,000 people to bring it towards the average where it needs to be, and only drop the percentage by a little less than 1% in terms of the voting age population of blacks.
I totally understand all of that.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem, but I want to know what's in that shift. What's in the shift? The shift from the 5th district and the shift from the 2nd district.
So by shift, do you mean specific neighborhoods or pieces of property?
And African Americans.
And African Americans?
Yeah. I want to know what's in the shift of African Americans. It's in those pockets that you're shifting to District 1. Are they all African Americans? Do you know?
Well, so they weren't all African Americans, because if they were, the percentage of blacks would have increased. And what they were is they were probably mixtures of whites and blacks that were roughly equivalent to the 40% that the district already was, because as we added the populations, it was able to maintain roughly 42 to 43%, despite the fact that we added a lot of people to the district.
Okay. I got one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you determined the Hispanics in the districts?
So we did, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean, the Hispanics in the district. And I know that the population of the Asians have grown here in Harnett County too. So I think that, I'm just saying that we need to know what those numbers are. And especially if you're shifting to different districts, we need to know what you're shifting, because I've done this before, and I understand that whatever you're shifting, we need to know what it is, simply because 10% shift of Hispanics, Asians can make a huge difference in these districts, because they vote too. So that's all I'm saying. I understand what you did, and I'm not disapproving of what you did.
It's just a better understanding of the
I need a better
numbers.
understanding of what's in those districts. And I don't want anybody to think it's because of me and I'm running. I may not even run. That has not been determined. Whatever we do here affects every district on that map.
So in terms of the Latino population, we have this, we can send you the statistics associated for the Latino and the Asian populations in the respective districts. My understanding of having looked at those, that the Latino population in the county is not of a great enough size that would warrant drawing a dedicated district, and it's dispersed enough where you couldn't even draw a dedicated district. And so under the law, under the Voting Rights Act, we don't have an obligation to necessarily consider the Latinos in terms of drawing a district, but we do have the statistics, and we can certainly share those with you. And if you have any thoughts on how we might possibly make changes, obviously we'd be welcome to hear those.
I understand that, but I want to see the numbers, because if you're shifting territory into a person's district, that does matter who those voting constituents are. And Latinos vote too. And I know the population here is about 14%. I got from Democracy North Carolina. They sent me all the material. I got a whole website full of material.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why I'm concerned about what you're shifting, not only for me, but for every district here.
Yeah, no, we would be happy to share the statistics related
Okay,
to
thank
the
you.
Latino population.
Thank you very much.
And just so you know, just so you have a full understanding, the reason we focus on the black population is because it's
I
a
want you
large
to.
enough, well, and it's because of a large enough population in the county where it could trigger voting rights requirements. And so we have to focus on that population. Again, the Latino population is small enough where it doesn't reach that threshold. And so we can provide the statistics, but it's usually not a guiding factor as we redraw the maps.
I understand.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let me,
Chairman
any
Matthews,
other,
I'll look to you.
anybody else want to ask any questions here before we allow you folks to have a look at the map with Mr. Shire and point out what you would like to
We'll get
see?
a breakdown of demographics.
Pardon?
I think the outcome is that we'll get a breakdown of demographics.
Yes, you can get a breakdown beyond just the black population.
Excellent. Thank
Yes.
you.
So I guess we just go 1 through 5, if that will work, and
Sure.
and Ms. Bennett and Ms. McCoy can go over and work with you on anything they would like to look at tweaking with their districts. Would that be a good process to go through?
That makes sense to me,
Sounds good.
absolutely.
And then we'll go 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay,
Yes.
are we ready? Aye.
And while this is going on, we'll just, for the rest of us, we'll just briefly go into an informal stage where you won't have to sit at your chairs the whole time if you want.
All right. This looks like it's the current map.
Yeah.
Color.
Here's one of those.
Color with the lines of the old map. Traced over. So the blue lines are where it used to be. The color is where it currently is.
Others as a voting population in a pocket make it difficult to draw. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not minorities in the district. That's just not a available I might be wrong. Voting Rights Act was not against race color.
Oh, yeah. I need some caffeine this morning.
It doesn't matter what we do.
Take a while, they don't. Well, with any luck, we'll get it done.
For representation.
Right.
Sit right there.
I was gonna tell you, I got up this way and, we can't do it on the first, but we could do it on the 8th. Our normal meeting is on Tuesdays. He's got a doctor's appointment. And we could have done it by Zoom, but I told him I felt like he needs to be here. So do you have a problem with switching that to the 8th? That's the thing. That's sweet.
Everybody here will see politics or stuff.
So where are you from?
And we set it up at 9. I just figured the same. Okay. So I was gonna bring that up today.
Take it out.
Oh, yeah, they can. Thank you.
That West View project, that's amazing.
I mean, we have some, it's been positive.
Y'all still have the
Whenever we want to figure out here, but they
We want to figure it out for collaboration. See how the it's going Yeah, there is a practice, but it belongs to your house.
I know some of the sisters
You're in. We gotta meet our goals when you're in, right?
That's all I want.
Oh, you're a brand new year.
Yes.
Which is very, that's interesting. We're getting pressed by others to try it now. We gotta get it by the end of the year.
Oh, I stole
We've got 2 groups right now. They're basically dedicated to maps that allow for the elements to
Conflict, maybe.
Time to find something that, where that cast line?
From Albert, you know, that property over there that goes up by.
Well, I would like it to fine if they give me.
District 2. You ready?
But from where? It's almost like that on part.
Oh, yeah, sure do.
Your handle of it. Bragg, Covington, this is my farm. That's the back part. We definitely should down there. Across the street on
We'll probably have some of this confidential.
So what you end up having to do is replant.
Brand spanking new.
It's crazy. The elementary school.
Bragg. Just keeps popping up. I was thinking, well, they've reached the end of the road where they connect with yes. So they just went bankrupt.
You know where like that students would apply,
Right, right.
so further together. Yeah, like as soon as one of those
When the government takes over like that, they come in and clean the books.
yeah, they're in there, for all the detrimental things they're dealing you got to get rid of this stuff. And he's like, well, yeah, I'm sure. No. that issue still. He was fighting that issue 10 years ago. Yeah. So he's still, that's the only issue that is a big issue for him. All over the country. Like I said, in our house, I wasn't ready for you yet.
I wish I was in that Barbara, how you been doing? Time busy.
Really? I mean, how long have you been in?
That's exciting.
No, it's
What she gave me, I'm learning to. I'm learning to walk away from
That's
No, I went to pick them out the ball.
You went where?
Pick them out the ball, but I know he knows all this. And he is
But I'm not really sure about it.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about him either.
But it actually,
Even if I don't run, I want to leave the district question. Enough minority.
Yeah, but I think they are. I checked this in the church. And he sat down and he told me, because I don't know why
His brother,
Find out.
we can go home, man. Let's go have lunch.
6 for the end of December.
And once I get it put, then once I get it put on the ground, I'm gonna try and.
We're happy to do it, but we just need
So now,
We should.
I'll play some golf.
Yeah, let's do that too.
Go all the way to the. He's right there. Yeah. Well, I would say, yes, first. I've got my. We can do Monday. We can do Monday.
District 3, they're ready for us.
I didn't know.
Linear miles.
It's just.
Is everyone over there?
Oh, wow.
So when he gets to it.
District 4.
Be the change you want to see, right? Or at least influence the change you want to see. I'll send
Matt, y'all need me to.
How you doing, Matt?
John Cooper. Nice to meet you.
District 5.
Nice to meet you. Those are entitled. That's right, yeah. We're all pitching in right now.
I was just off. Here.
Right, right.
Whatever.
Yes.
Some of them are easy. Check it in.
Oh.
With you 24/7. Yeah, with you 24/7.
We got lots of
A year or so, yeah.
And thank God for y'all. You got your own baby's hands you're holding, and you're just gonna hopefully hand it over to us at the top. That's right. We actually run pretty big like awesome. He's literally, he is the same breed, and he do, He's done every job. But if you met him, you'd be like, he's not a sales guy. But I guarantee you, if you're selling houses, Oh, good for you. Good for you. Yeah, you should. Why not? Yeah. Oh, it's okay. I just did it 2 years ago. I've never been licensed. And 2 years ago, and this past year, I had to jobs and just to have it. And then so I finished my class and passed my class in the first March, and then I started a new job. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. I had to take it out from work and stuff. I had to go to the library like I did when I was in school. I went to the library and I sat down and went through, and I luckily I passed it. I'm taking but I had a good job, and she just kept saying over and over, and I listened to anything else and said exactly what I'm saying. So hopefully you have, I went to in Raleigh on a day. Especially with what y'all do. It was hard. I don't child. Yes, and my old boss was every having because I buy, right? There's on the buyer side. And Bragg is not, he's my counselor. You're not representing the company.
I just want to make sure to clarify.
Is do they have an office on Wayne Road? They might be. Yeah, that's all the emails teach. Okay.
As long as our numbers are not wrong.
Yes, the older couple. I never met her. I didn't know. I was my interpreter for one of my friends. She's my contact. I'm pretty sure that's what my parents are. They're really good. That's all they hear about is my class. Exactly. They have their statistics, but of course the commission has this. Yep. They have 35% rate of pass. There's also,
That's what I'm saying, I'm trying to keep it in.
Yes, ma'am. And then dump site is T-Mobile to the South District. There's supposed to be,
But that is, I'm sure.
I just got the revised draft. He's calling it Magnolia. Somehow along the way, we started calling it Magnolia Ridge.
Right.
Microtower. Oh, that's going to be all confused. Let me just tell you. Yeah. That's so funny. That's why we started calling it. I was going to tell you that the other day. See, I'm going to correct you.
I'm telling you, she knows that. She's hard. I know what she wants to live on my first.
She's not very good. When I talk about East Town, I'm talking about South. Right. That's right, yeah. I mean, by default, I've been doing a lot of stuff down in Harnett, just because of the nature of it. Working on people I've gotten to know. And Bobby's been doing a lot on the north side of town, and then we've got a guy out east, Bobby's been doing stuff there, and so, but there's still some stuff. And I've always been working on it between, it's crazy. It's insane. I can't believe how stuff is happening. I bet you are. Now, remind me, are you from here? Yeah, I'm from here. Okay, probably, yeah. I know. So where did you go to high school? We have a gentleman who works in Bragg. We grew up in, he works on that department. I would think probably, yeah, he's super nice guy. I'm pretty sure, yes, his last name was Rizzo, so he's I didn't take her class, I took his class, I took Jeff's class. I used them for my posts, and I would use them for my posts. I was working with a guy at the time, who was he knew the guy class, but Mike was telling me, go to they'll help you make sure. All that class, all that stuff.
This must be
Yeah, really smart. Well, did all the other stuff, all that stuff will come with time. Just focus on what yeah. I mean, I was told all but the woman I told about it actually got the last name. Because I'm Spencer. I can't remember her first name. But she would, we were in large classes, so she would start material and what we do down the rabbit hole or what is and what is. She would tell them to stop having. She would look at them and say, don't go there. No, because it confused the entire class. That's right. Yeah. Don't pay attention to it. It's going to trail. It's going to be
I forgot our meeting Thursday. I didn't have it on my calendar. Well, I put it on my calendar.
Kim, that was her name, Kimberly said. She was awesome, because she would not tolerate it. She just like, before I told her to shut up. And it was funny, because, I'm sitting there on.
Fortunately, I was able to change.
There's other people in the class that are like doing it on leisure time, and I'm like, I got work to do, so I need to get to this class, get out of here. And so I liked her a lot. I thought she was funny. And she put the smack down on her, which I thought was hysterical. She seemed like she was very good at it. Yeah. Y'all have rental properties. The day you came on site when I was meeting with you guys, you were getting ready to collect rent. Yeah. Well, you need to be aware of that too, because the rental property license is that you need to pay attention to that, and I can't remember all the stipulations for this. Just gotta find out. I know there's Yeah, yeah. Tell myself that way. Yes. Sure, right, yeah. That's I'll be straight down, I love that though. I think that's awesome. For me.
If you could replace
Yeah. Right.
So I just work with qualifier.
Right, right. That's fantastic. I love that. It's a craft. That's such a good thing. And I love that. And y'all been married now? You have, I met you. Yeah, my children went out the bar with you. Were there, two boys is what I was remembering. Because I remember thinking, that one got your hands full. Oh, yeah. Running a company and a rental property. And boys, the whole bit. Sure. Yeah. You don't,
basically a stop road. I put it to parts, we always do which is maybe twice a week.
Maybe, yeah.
10 minutes. It's one of my numbers, like how the garden, I made it. Now I can
No, let me ask you. Yeah. Get yours back up, yeah.
until they go. And that's the other thing I have. Circumstances,
Yes, then the mouse started. Oh, wow. Oh, God, you're gonna have your hands on it. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. That's right.
and 90% of the time is great, but the 10% is like this.
I can't hit you, but I really would like to right now. My dad's been talking about that a long time ago. Yeah.
And I don't let her check out.
Oh, you're good, Daddy. I like that. Yeah, that's right.
Not to me.
Right.
Not to me. Sure.
For your mama. I don't have kids, but I have that. I don't have kids, that's not my car. I have 3 nieces, down to 4 nieces, and nephew, my sister has a child. All my friends have kids. What if I have kids? So I hear about it. I get it. It's like one of the guys I used to work with had 2 older sons. One's actually just enlisted. He finished college and then He's telling me the story, he looked at me, he was like, I looked at him and said, you don't talk to me like that. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever, because it wasn't just, you don't talk to me that way. still talk to my wife as a husband. I just, I tell that story all over the place. Yes. I just thought that's one of my favorites. That and my other friend had a young child. And I was saying something about Right, right. Most kids do that. Yeah. But you're exposing it. They'll figure it out. You don't have that experience. That's right. I grew up.
Yeah, that's all they did was have it. It's like, man, when you're doing like it's like, okay, we have 8 here, 7 here, 3 here, 5, 13 here. They tried to get to that 13
As a that shows small prior.
You know what I mean? And like my parents. But that was I'm so grateful. Like you guys have heard this.
Which is I don't work with parents, I work with kids and teachers. It's my job. Well, they pay me your guys can know your first and you worry about your jobs. And grown-ups don't pay things. We can get the school part, y'all get the grown-ups. Inroads. One of the things I think they could have taken into consideration is valid is as well as possible.
No, I just want to increase it. Quite honestly, it's
unless I'm wrong, 9 or 10 precincts are split. Mine is.
So it's like,
would you suggest that?
Because nobody lives over there yet. Well, any area they're really bad for that makes sense for
Yeah, you do too. Okay, that.
and 40 right there.
Brianna is, Elvis.
In fact, there's
we can't pre-plan Elvis, but that's like
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
you have to raise what you're really trying. On to the next one, guys. Come on.
right? Yeah, I've got another board meeting. I have to do something today, but, you know, I gotta go back.
Some of them still have to pay for everybody else's Social Security.
I didn't even know that was
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, well,
Way down the road, we're all the way to somehow. That's the way I live. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. And so the more you wait to day.
I've been all around, kind of. I started off.
Yeah.
Bring this part to a close. You want to, you want me to give you a chance to dismiss your orders?
Closed session, I done signed all the papers, I done signed.
You and Matt able to get together on the
It ain't never gonna work. No. What they got here, they'll be all.
I went down and I like doing classes like that kind of stuff. I'm not.
They've been there kicking down the car a while. But you know, you also get in fact, there used to be almost around the entire of the old.
Okay, let me have your attention, please. We'll come back to a little bit more formal setting here, since conversations with each of the district representatives from Board of Education and County Commissioners have looked at the maps with legal counsel and given your, I guess, request on any tweaking or changing that you would like to see occur. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Shire and let him wrap us up on this item.
All right, well, thank you all for your patience. I know we kind of had to go one at a time as we went through the various districts. Peter Morrison, thank you for being on the line. I know you didn't hear too much since you weren't part of the conversations, but I'll talk with you later, Peter. So I have a list of requested changes, some of them very detailed, some of them true requests, some of them I'd like to see this happen if it works. What we'll do next is I'll meet with the demographer this afternoon and I'll walk through the requested changes kind of in order. We'll go through the list. And what we'll try to do is our goal will be to accomplish all of the changes, subject to the obligations to continue to have equal populations in the respective districts and to comply with the VRA, right? So we need to be very mindful of the percentage of black voting age population in District 1. What I suggest we do, we've done this with other counties, is we will attempt to run all the changes. To the extent we have an issue with a change, for example, in District 3 related to maybe something Mr. Powell requested, I'll reach out to the attorneys and say, hey, we ran into this issue. Is it okay if we do this slight tweak, which would work? Or we ran into this issue, we don't think it's possible. Or we ran into this issue, we don't know how to solve it, maybe he has an idea. In other words, what we'll try to do is do a little bit of problem solving outside of the group session to kind of make things run a little bit more efficiently. But then when all of the changes are made or rejected based on the requests we receive, we'll present another final map to everyone. We'll discuss all the changes in public so everybody understands them. But hopefully that final map will essentially be fine-tuned and tweaked where everybody who had a comment or a change had that addressed or rejected and understands why we couldn't do it, so that we have a final map that the boards are ready to vote on. So that's my proposed process, and I've spoken to the attorneys about that process, and it seems like that's going to work well with them as well. So at that point, at this point, I think my time with you is done. Thank you so much for calling this meeting and having me be here. Again, if you have any questions, please reach out to the attorneys or me. We're happy to discuss those changes, but I suspect the next you'll hear from me, well, hopefully it'll be we solved all of your requests and there were no issues, but I suspect a few of you will hear from us saying, hey, we ran into 1 or 2 issues here. Here's a solution that we think might work. Does this work for you? And we'll be in touch in that means. All right?
From a logistics standpoint, when do you, if everything goes smoothly, when do you anticipate we would have this on an agenda to vote?
So my hope was you would have a map by early next week, but there are a lot of changes here. And so it kind of depends on, to the extent the changes are able to be made without causing, a domino effect of other changes, it will be sooner rather than later, but it's really going to depend on the complexity of some of these changes. Some of them seem very simple. Some of them do seem like they're going to have a little bit of problem solving on the back end. But our goal would be to have a new map to the boards next week. Yes, ma'am.
What you've done, I understand it all, and thank you for staying within the guidelines, legal guidelines. But once we've done this, I would love to see us have a public meeting, simply because the public need to know what we're doing here, and that we're doing everything in a fair, ethical way.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we probably would have to discuss, but I'm just proposing it.
Sure. So I think when we first met, we discussed that there's no obligation to have a public hearing on the maps. It is a decision that the boards can make. And so I leave that to the boards. I will say any change we do make will be, once the actual change is enacted, will be available to the public before it's enacted on. But an opportunity to have public members speak to the boards about their thoughts is something for the boards to consider on whether or not they want to do that.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. I do think that's something that the Board of Commissioners would like to do. I won't speak for you, Mr. Godfrey, but Claire, what'd you tell me the deadline was, November the what?
November, sorry.
17th?
Claire Jones, Harnett County Board of Elections. The deadline to have the changes to us is November 17th, because we have to manually do those changes in our system. But you don't have to wait till the 17th.
Yeah. I believe that's the same line you told me earlier.
It does.
So anyway, yeah, I just certainly want to try to, if we can get where we need to be by early next week, and hopefully we can work that public comment time in for the 17th.
Yeah, and I do, a week is a long time given the amount of time we have left, but my hope is once we go through this week, the vast majority of the changes will be addressed, and so we'll essentially be, on the 5 or 6 yard line ready to score a touchdown. Gotcha. So once we go through this next week, we should be very close to wrapping up this process.
Well, if it helps you, we have a meeting on the 1st, and we have a meeting on the 8th.
Okay.
So
I would love to say we could be ready by the 1st. I'm not confident we could, but I'd say we're going to commit to being ready by the 8th.
Well, if we were by the 8th, we would meet your deadline.
You
Yeah.
would.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions, Mr. Godfrey?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Thanks so much. We appreciate your time this morning. I think it's time well spent. At this time, Mr. Godfrey, would you like to, unless y'all would like to stay for the rest of our agenda, would you like to adjourn your board?
Yes, sir. I'd like to appreciate and thank everybody for coming out and showing your interest today. And this time I'll entertain a motion from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion that we adjourn.
I have a motion made to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion to adjourn, second. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Thank you, appreciate you folks making arrangements to be here this morning, Ms. Bennett, Mr. Lemons, Mr. Powell, thank you. And for those of us who get to stay and thank you, Jason. Good to see you. Take care. For those of us who get to stay and work on a little bit more business, we'll move to item 4 on the agenda. That's a public hearing on proposed amendments to the Harnett Regional Water and Sewer Ordinance. Mr. Wood, would you like to, or Mr. Ward, would y'all like to just give us a quick synopsis? I know we've discussed this quite a bit, but just give us a quick synopsis
Okay.
to begin this process.
Well, the law passed, there was a law passed in June of 2020. It became effective January 1 of this year. And the fundamental change was that developers do not have to pay development fees on the front end. They only have to pay them at the time they get a building permit. So that fundamentally changed the equation. And if you didn't have a process of limiting those capacity allocations, the concern would be that several of the larger ones could monopolize the situation and basically take up all of your available capacity, and that would push out the smaller developers. What you did in response to that was you put a policy in that said you limited them to getting 100 permits for residential 100 units at a time. Then if they had gotten building permits for 50 of those and they were underway, they could come in and request another 100. So they could get up to 150 at any one time. And so that has worked reasonably well, but there have been some issues with that. Obviously, some of the developers feel like that's not enough permits at one time. The other issue that we looked at very strongly, which we thought was a legitimate concern, is some of the larger developments, they want to do 3 different styles of housing in one development. And ours really didn't allow that because we were doing it by phases. And so we've done away with doing it by phases. So that would allow that. For instance, if somebody wanted to take part of their allocation and use it for single family, they could do that. Then if they had some that were condos, they could do that. And even some apartment units or things like that. So it gives them more flexibility there. So what we looked at was what's a reasonable compromise. And in order to do that, we spent a lot of time in this memo explaining to you that our North Harnett wastewater treatment plant is almost allocated out. And so that is the one, as y'all know, we're trying to do a 9 million gallon a day expansion on. But out of 7.5 million gallons capacity, we currently use 5.6, but we already have allocations out there that we've awarded to people of 1.72 million gallons a day. So when you add the 1.72 million gallons a day to the 7.5 million gallons a day, we're at 7.32 now. So the question is, how quickly are those allocations going to translate into building permits and those units come online? The problem we're facing is that, as Steve has told you, it's a 3.5 to 4 year process. You guys, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, Steve, they gave you the go-ahead. You authorized us to move forward with the permitting process. So where we're at is we are working with North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality to get a permit. We have to have a permit to discharge into the Cape Fear River. and it's called an NPDES permit. We have one. This would be an amendment to that, which would take us from the 7.5 to the 16.5 million gallons. So we can't do anything until we have that permit. And so we do not have it yet. We are working with them on that. Once we get that, then we've already selected the engineer and he's working on getting the permit. Then we would move into the design phase. And we'll do a preliminary engineering study first. And the reason for that is to get some pretty valid cost estimates before we go to full design. The other major thing we would then have to do is we've got to sit down with our partners on this. We have allocation requests from Fuquay-Varina, Lillington, and Angier, and then as well as what would be the county share of this plant. So what we were looking at is how are we going to deal with the allocations of this through this temporary time, because we're going to be short on allocations. And so that's why it's even more critical that while we're loosening the standards a little bit for a normal policy going forward, we are limited in what we can allocate out right now. And in fact, I'll need to check this with Dwight, but I believe we'll be allocating capacity in the new plant if we give an allocation out. But we can go ahead and let people go ahead with it if those allocations we've made aren't going to be used yet. But bear in mind, that's a 4-year period of time that we've got to kind of feather out that use. So it's even more critical that we have a solid capacity allocation plan. But at the same time, we do agree with some of the folks in the development community that what we have right now is too stringent. So we were trying to hit a balance there. And the real issue is between what we call the typical developers we've had here. And I think I put in here that over a 26-month period, our records indicate all of our subdivision requests, except for one, have been less than 200 lots. And the one was only 230. And we are entering a fundamentally different phase now. We have large national developers, home builders, moving into Harnett County now from Wake County. For instance, we have one request for 1,200 lots, one for 1,000 lots, and another for 2,800 lots. And those three together would be 5,000 lots. And if you multiply that by the 360 gallons per day, which North Carolina DEC requires us based on allocations, that would eat up almost all of our intended new capacity. And so so if you don't have some standard in place, you're gonna eat up all your capacity, and basically the big guys will come in because they have the wherewithal financially, and they will, gobble up those capacity allocations. And so that's why we're saying you've got to have some standard. We feel like, again, what you reacted to in January has worked, but it's probably been too stringent. So we're recommending that you ease off of that. But you've got to have some control on it. Otherwise, basically, the smaller developers are going to get crowded out. I don't know how else to put it.
Well, if you would, so in a nutshell, the recommendation is to increase what?
We are taking the 100 to 200, and actually it'll be to 400, because if you have the 200 when you've gotten permits for 100, in other words, 100 are under construction, you can come in and ask for another 200 if you're willing to escrow the fees on the front end. Because in essence, we're letting them get over and above the normal process.
And
So they would have to escrow that $200, I mean, those $200, 200 permits. And then they, in essence, they could have an allocation of 400 at that point. Well, I'm sorry, they would have used 100 of it, so they would have 300. Then once they had used those down, they could come back. So it's a continuous process.
Mr. Wood, if, make a clarification, it's, you get 200, you get an initial 200 lots. You can have the option to escrow up to an additional 200, so you can have 400 at any given time. Once you pull 50% of the building permits for your requested allocation. So if you were requesting all 400, once you do 50% of that, you can get another 200.
Yeah.
Now it's 50% of whatever, so if you get your initial 200 and then you escrow an additional 100, then you do 50% of that, so 150, and then you can get your next allocation. So just
what we like about that is, and we've talked to some developers about this, is they can stay in front of that. Because they would go ahead and have their next phase ready to go. They'd already have it through planning. It would be everything is good to go except for the allocation. And then once they, as Chris said, once they had reached that 50% usage, they could file for the sewer capacity allocation. We would grant it, and they're off and running with another 200. So if they do it correctly, they should stay in front of the development, and it would never slow down. And the reason that's important is, there's a cost to mobilize the equipment and everything. And so this way the developer can stay on site and keep going. And the same thing with the builders. They can keep on going. It'll actually be kind of seamless for them. So we feel like this is an improvement. Feel like it's a balance between the really large developers. We think that's going to continue, but the problem you've got, I can't stress it enough, for the next 4 years, we've got very limited capacity. And I do think to protect the county legally, that your permits need to say that you're assured capacity in the new plant, but to the extent that we're able to accommodate that, prior to that, we'll let you go in the other. But that's where we're at on it. The issue, just to refresh your memory, is the reason we're able to do this right now is Fuquay Arena and I believe it's Angier have the most capacity that has been allocated out but has not been used. The problem is those are the two fastest growing areas in the county. And so we're very concerned about how quickly those allocations are going to translate into houses.
Let me also say there's, in the proposed amendment, there are some protections in there. The previous or the existing ordinance doesn't have a clawback provision. This one does. So if the developer doesn't or the builder doesn't pull down 50% of their permits, let's say they request 200 through the normal process. If they don't pull down those 50 within 4 years of the original permit being issued, then we can the county come back and claw back those allocations. So that keeps the plant fresh. That doesn't let somebody come in and occupy a lot of allocation and it sit there for 10 years and not be used. So we feel like that's a valid protection. Also, if a developer requests an additional 200 lots to get them to 400 initially, that requires a separate developer agreement for that 200 lots to let them go into escrow there. They'll provide us those funds, and those funds will be drawn down first for any permits that are pulled going forward.
So in other words, the first 200 building permits, we would be taking that out of the escrow money on the front end, because we really don't want a lot of escrow. We want to go ahead and get the funds for that. So we feel like this is a good balance. Again, most of our, what I would call homegrown developers, are are not doing the really large developments. But we've got to take into account that the reality is we now have the attention of national home builders. And so they're going to be here. They're going to continue to come because, as y'all all know, we have the water. And so, and a lot of these places don't. And that's why Fuquay wants to get more water from us. They want more sewer capacity. They want to be part of this plant. Other places are having trouble with that. Johnson County, I think, doesn't even do residential development now with sewer, right?
Just in certain areas. They have designated areas surrounding existing municipalities and along the interstate exchanges.
But that's it. They've had to restrict it back because they don't have the capacity.
Yeah, in Johnston County, you can't go out in a rural area, you know, that's 10 miles away from any existing municipality and put up a large-scale development. They just don't have the water and sewer capacity. And that's why big development's interested in us. Nobody else is allocating out 1,000 lots or 500 lots. I would, you know, venture you to try to find that somewhere where someone's allocating that number of lots for water and sewer in remote areas away from municipalities. It's pretty unheard of.
Thank you, appreciate that update. Any questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing on this proposed amendment to Harnett Regional Water's Water and Sewer Ordinance that you have heard described here. We just remind anybody that would want to speak to please keep your comments directed to the topic at hand and to address the topic and any members of the board or the staff in a cordial and collegial manner. This time I'll declare the public hearing open. Anyone who wants to speak, if you move up to the podium. Yeah, please give your name and address. Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Harnett County resident, 298 Kirk Adams Road. Just have one question. Didn't hear any discussion whatsoever. Did I hear 10,000 new houses of potential? What does that mean?
No, 5,000.
5,000.
That was just to be clear, that was just those 3 major subdivisions. So okay. You'd have more than that because you have all of the other developers that typically do 100 to under 200 lot subdivisions. And so what we're trying to do is have a level playing field where they'll continue to do their developments. They'll just be smaller. But I was just making the point that just those 3 big ones alone would eat up a tremendous amount of capacity in this expansion. And so one of the things we're discussing is the expansion may actually need to be bigger. But the other thing we can do to address that is we may have to cut back on some for these partners. Because our first responsibility is to take care of Harnett County.
And with that said, perfect segue into our responsibility is also to take care of our children. I have not heard any discussion. I have seen no plan on how we're going to accommodate the growth that will take place as a result of this expansion, which I'm not against. I'm all for growth. But how are we going to handle it with schools already at capacity in some areas? Is there a plan? If there is, I haven't seen it. I would like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Sure.
Are we using a mic? It's okay, I just wanted to know if I'm speaking into something or not. Hi, my name is Karen Reichert, and I'm from the Northwest Harnett Precinct. And I have been concerned about our water. And attending these meetings, I have heard what you've said, Mr. Wood, about our supply and especially on the sewage treatment end, surpassing what we are currently permitted. And so one of my concerns has been exactly this. What are we doing to pair the growth of these building, the number that we're permitting, the number we're allowing, to be able to handle what we currently have, given that we've heard that it could take up to 5 years to bring these new plants online. More specifically, what my concern right now is for our area is we don't have water flow. It's really, really difficult to, it's to stand there and watch, if you're farming, to watch what it takes to fill up a 5-gallon bucket. I actually haven't done the measurements, but anyway, so I don't know exactly how this fits into this particular approval of this ordinance, but I do want to let you know that citizens are concerned.
Right.
And every day we drive around and we're seeing trees taken down, more building coming, and we're thinking, how in the world can we do this when we're not even adequately being supplied?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
Sure, thank you, Mr.
I was just going to say, you're correct on that. There's no question about that. The thing we need to understand is you developed a rural water and sewer district. And rural water, when it starts out, a lot of times they are 2-inch and 4-inch lines. And the reason for that is they're only designed for potable water. And the problem is those lines are inadequate for fire protection. But it also means that as more people move in, those smaller lines, it's very difficult to maintain pressure and that sort of thing. So at some point, this county will have to start looking at possibly paralleling lines along there and things like that, because those lines were never designed for large-scale subdivisions. And that's, and our policy, just so you know, is right now that a developer has to get the lines to his property at an appropriate size. And that is a problem for some of them, because it may be that they have to run a mile or more of larger water line to do that. But that is going to be an ongoing issue. It is in every county that starts out with a rural water district, and that's how most of them started. I've worked in 2 other counties, and one had a fairly extensive system, and we had the same issues. So that will be an ongoing issue for us. But these developers will have to put in the lines, not just within their development, but to get it from the nearest reasonably sized line over there to where they have adequate pressure and flow. If not, then we'll have to look at, is there some other way to serve that area? Or we may say, we can't accommodate that on our system. And then if they want to look at a private system, they could look at that. But your point is well made, and it's going to be an ongoing issue.
Is it something that you can tell us when that would start to be looked at?
Well, we actually have a policy now, and so it's done on an individual basis. In other words, if a developer goes out and buys a 100-acre tract, obviously one of the first things he should be looking at before he writes a check is, can I get water and sewer here? And he should hire an engineer who's going to give him a cost estimate on what it's going to take to see if that's a viable project for him. So it'll actually be individual decisions by developers into particular areas as they go to buy a piece of property and prepare for development.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. I guess what my follow-up question is what is being done for the people, for the private homes that are on the water lines now, that we already are impacted? And I think I understand you to say that will be something that will need to be addressed.
Yeah, well, ultimately what's going to happen is, if in areas where the lines are there but they're too small, then the county's gonna need to look at that, because at that point, the county owns those lines. And so if it turns out that down the road they're inadequate, then we'll need to address that.
And that's my question right
Okay.
there is, when is that going to start?
Can I address that?
Yeah.
It's constantly happening. We're always planning for every area of the county. 95% of the county residents have access to public water now, which is an amazing accomplishment in a rural county.
Yeah.
So it's not like the plant's undersized. It's at 42 million gallons per day, which is a huge water plant for a regional water system, especially in a rural county without a major metropolitan area. So from that standpoint, a lot of planning's already happened. It will continue to happen. Let me say that future development will actually accelerate growth of water supply into remote areas of the county. So in this instance, sewer is another issue. That's a different animal. But the extension of water because of development will actually help that process going forward. So it'll make it much easier because of development's involvement in, like Mr. Wood explained, upsizing lines to meet the county's fire flow requirements of 500 gallons per minute. The upsizing of these lines allows the utility to then attach on and extend even further to serve the most remote areas of the county. So I think that will be pretty much covered. But we're consistently planning and looking at other areas of the county and upgrading our system because of hydraulic limitations.
I appreciate that. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse.
Sure,
but
sure.
My sense is that we have a need that can't wait until there's a development coming in our area to help drive this need. So I just want to put that out there on the table.
Right.
Let you know that we do have that concern. Thank you.
Understood, huh?
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Rebecca Bragg, Northwest Harnett, 5220 Christian Light Road. This is a question for you at Regional Water. So if we're doubling or we're really increasing the sewage capacity, which is great, and I'm definitely for development as the 2015 plan has stated, maybe that should be reviewed as well, given the growth. But I want to understand that the sewage is then treated and then dumped back into the Cape Fear. Is that correct or not?
Well, it's discharged. I don't know if I just dumped, but yes, it's discharged, it's treated, and then disinfected, and then discharged back into the Cape Fear River, yes.
That's a bad word I use.
Yes.
Because you have done the work for it.
Right.
And I'm just curious, if we increase that discharge, is there any, I don't know, any negative effect on that increased discharge into the Cape Fear?
Mr. Wood alluded to the permitting process that we go through with the state. They look at the assimilative capacity of us increasing the size of the plant. And they place limits on us as to what we can discharge as far as all different kind of nutrients that harm the river going forward. So they'll make sure that we meet those standards.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Huh? Thank you, Ms. Brock. Anyone else?
I'm Mark Muskowski. I'm actually a landowner here as well. I bought some property off of Ray Road in that particular area. We did that as an investment. I'm a developer. The plan that you outlined, I'm in full support of. I think that's a great compromise between your existing plan and understanding that you're having to look to the future of the plant and you're trying to reach a compromise with developers along the way, as opposed to doing nothing. You are trying to do something. So I commend you on that. I think that's a good plan. I'm going to use Ray Road as an example. When we bought the property a few years back, we were looking to develop the property and we ran into some issues with capacity on Ray Road. The lines in that particular area could not handle, the outfall lines could not handle the capacity that we're just gonna do 200 lots. As most of you may know, 200 lots or less, you kind of only need one entrance, and it seemed like a good, safe project to go in and to do 200 lots. We come to find out we didn't have capacity, so our engineer did a study, and the only way to restore that is to put in a pump station and pump it back down Ray Road to 210 and get into I guess it's the Federal to Fort Bragg system that's there. So that's what we're doing for this particular project, which is going to cost us about $1.2 million. So if we were only allocated 100 lots under the current plan, we could not afford to do that. So to be able to go to 200 lots and maybe eventually to 400 lots, the 200 lots puts us at about $6,000 a lot to do the off-site improvements, which is the pump station and the force main. That makes it a little more economical, reasonable till we can pass that on. So your plan, that's an example, I'm giving you an actual piece of property that we want to develop, that your plan now makes it more feasible for the smaller communities of the 200 lots. So I think your plan is spot on until you get your plan up and running. And then in terms of some of the concerns I heard about the economic, about how to take care of the future needs or the current needs of the current residents, just doing if you're allocated 200 and then you can have another 200 in escrow, so essentially you're getting 400 lots. The average home price now is around $230,000. You can't, with supplies and materials and lumber, you're not building 200,000 or less housing anymore. So the median price point of 230 times 400 lots, that's a $100 million tax base. So that's how you get from where you're at now 4 years from now, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. That's just one 400 lot subdivision. So to your point, if you've got all these lots coming on, you can do the math on that economic tax base for the county. That's how you pay for upgrades for the current residents as you move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing no one else moving, then we will bring this public hearing to a close. At this time, I will bring the matter up for discussion and a possible motion from the commissioners. Any questions, discussion, no motion? All right, well, I'll make a motion that we go along with the proposal that Mr. Wood and his staff have presented to us and adopt this change in the current regulations for the lot acquisition, changing to the numbers that Mr. Wood gave us to Harnett Regional Water's Water and Sewer Ordinance. Do I hear a second?
Johnson, seconds that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions on this? Okay, hearing none, then I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, so let's go. Chairman Matthews voted aye. Commissioner Johnson, I heard an aye. Commissioner Nicola, no. Commissioner Weatherspoon?
No.
No. Commissioner McCoy? Yes, motion carries 3-2. Thank you. Now we move on to the discussion of partial demolition at 599 Airport Road. Mr. Blevins, are you taking the lead on this one?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. What we did was we took this discussion with the partial demolition at the county-owned hangar to our airport committee. And I got to emphasize this is sort of related with terminal building construction. So we kind of framed it in that way. However, we didn't have a quorum, so the committee didn't get a chance to vote on it, whether or not to recommend or not recommend. So what we'd like to do is sort of take it off this work session and take it back to the committee in January, which would be the end of January, our next quarterly meeting. And if that's...
Okay, so your next meeting is the end of January?
Yes, sir.
Yes, remember the date?
It's probably around the 28th. It's the last Thursday.
Okay, so then we'd probably be looking at, or do I even have the dates for next year? I don't. So anyway, first work session, I guess, after the committee meets again at the end of January. Mr. Wood, you can make a note, and Ms. Capps, make a note, because you probably won't be with us anymore.
That's right.
I know Nash, you'll be happy.
If I am, we've done something badly wrong.
Definitely don't want to get you in trouble with your retirement, so we don't want to do that. So, Ms. Katz, if you'll make a note of that, Mr. Blevins, you can make sure we don't let that slip through the cracks, and we'll revisit that at that time. Mr. Nicky, you okay with that? Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Johnson, Ms. McCoy? Okay, we're all in agreement with that, Mr. Blevins. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to item 6, a discussion of facility rental property, rental policies and staffing needs. Mr. Haynes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here once again to discuss the facility rental policies for the Commons area and Resource Center and Library training rooms. Following the last discussion, I presented you with a checklist survey to get a better idea of your preferences regarding permitted uses for each space and whether or not they should be charged a fee to be able to use the space. I've taken those results and used them to revise the existing Commons area policy, which was included in your packet for review. So my hope is that this will make it a bit easier to kind of visualize things and provide any additional feedback you have prior to finalizing this policy and moving forward. Everybody had I enclosed a memo in your packet along with a redline version of the existing policy and a clean copy of the proposed policy. So I would like to go over some highlights of the proposed policy, solicit any additional feedback that you have, and then discuss the staffing needs related to implementation of the policy along with county management's recommendation on that. So as I go through it, feel free to stop me, ask any questions, provide any feedback you've got. I think that'll be easier than just waiting until the end and coming up with a list of those things. So I will touch the highlights. The first section of the policy explains the purpose and provides a brief description of each facility along with its capacity limits and technology capabilities. As you know, the Commons area consists of an assembly room with a capacity of 202 and a lunchroom, both of which may be used for meetings and events. There is audio-visual capability in the assembly room. There are currently some issues with that, but it does consist right now of one microphone and a projector. We hope to bring everything back online soon to enhance that. The training rooms in this building have a capacity of 546 people, and they may be further subdivided to allow the multiple smaller meetings to take place at the same time. The room you are in currently is 103A, which has a capacity of 279 people, and across the way is 103B with a capacity of 134 and 103C with a capacity of 133. Each space has its own audio-visual capability, and the policy as proposed does state these rooms are available for meetings and training sessions. The policy also states that the primary purpose of these facilities is to allow county departments, boards and commissions, and staff to carry out the functions of county government, and that these functions will receive priority in terms of scheduling these spaces. That is something that was in the previous policy and has not changed. Not to say that other uses are not allowed, just the primary need for these spaces is government function. To go on to scheduling and supervision, the policy says that Parks and Recreation will be responsible for scheduling the spaces and assigning applicants to appropriate spaces based on availability and need. They may also reassign functions to other appropriate spaces in the event there is a conflict that requires the county to use a space that may already be scheduled. Facilities maintenance is responsible for supervising the use of spaces and must have staff on site, particularly for after events that take place after normal business hours. The county manager is authorized to refuse or cancel uses not in the best interest of the county, and may also allow other users not expressly authorized in this policy should they determine there is a public benefit and that it would not conflict with the policy. Any questions so far? Okay. I will go on to.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a particular like this where the county can reschedule if an organization have already scheduled to have a meeting. Well, looking at the calendar, you should know if the county needs or have scheduled a meeting for that particular date for it.
Yes,
but then
ma'am.
you say that the county can reschedule if there's a need for the county. I mean, I don't think it's fair to the public.
Well, that was actually in the previous policy, and a typical use of that, for instance, the goal is to not have to do that.
Yeah.
The goal is for county departments to be able to go ahead and put their events down ahead of time. Many of them have things on the calendar months out. Your new employee orientation, that sort of thing. The issue comes when you may have an event such as Hurricane Florence, where you have DSNAP that had to happen in the Commons. FEMA was there. You've got your health department vaccinations and testing.
I understand that's unexpected.
It's not. The goal is not for that to be the norm. And typically, like let's say that I've got a meeting in administration that I need to hold. I will look at the calendar, check with Parks and Rec to determine if something's in use, and I would not come in and say, oh, I need it this time. Somebody's using it. We're going to do that. We find another an alternative for that. It's not intended to be general, but I do want to make sure that, and the previous policy did the same, but make sure that anyone who's scheduling it knows that that could happen.
I understand totally, but I think that you should put down unexpected events. Unexpected things that happen in any county, because these things can't be helped and all of that, but just to leave it blank like that, I don't think it's fair to the public. That's just my thing.
That works.
Because if you leave it blank like that, that means that the staff or whoever's over there can change it anytime they get ready.
Yeah.
And that's not quite fair to the public.
Yes, ma'am, and it does say Parks and Recreation staff is authorized to reassign scheduled events as needed in order to accommodate the needs of the county if the county requires the use of the commons area or training rooms during the time an applicant has reserved, then the applicant will be notified of the conflict as soon as possible, and Parks and Rec will do their best to find suitable accommodations. Meaning that there are other spaces available.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. McCoy. I think we need to have something in there that makes it clear that this is in highly unusual circumstances. It's not just, for our convenience or whatever. It's got to be an unusual circumstance that requires it.
Correct, and that is the intent, and I can certainly add language that reinforces that.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Any other questions about anything included so far? Okay. We'll go on to the second page is operating procedures. To go over the highlights of the hours of operation, we've got 8:30 a.m. until 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Any concerns with that? Okay. Again, a facilities maintenance staff member must be on duty at all times to supervise events. And IT staff will make sure that audio-visual needs are set up and that they are functioning and would be in attendance if necessary. Again, the room we're in now, you can divide it 3 ways. It is designed so that 3 meetings could technically be going on at once, and you can have audio-visual in each room. A bit more complex than the Commons, and want to make sure that we're The previous policy in the Commons, I think some of you know, if you scheduled an event, you were given a bag with a microphone to go in and set it up, and I think we're at a point where that's, we need to do a little bit more than that. Okay. Requests for scheduling must be submitted at least 2 weeks prior to the event, and requests from non-county applicants will not be scheduled more than 6 months out. Again, towards what we were talking about, the goal is to avoid those conflicts, so allowing departments enough time to get their meetings scheduled on the calendar before bringing the public in allows that to happen. We talked about different time frames. You could go, you could say 3 months, but we wanted the public also to have enough time to get their events scheduled on the calendar for the planning that they need to do.
So is that saying that, I guess I'll go back and kind of follow up on Ms. McCoy's question earlier. Are we going to be so literal as to say that if we get a request inside of 2 weeks and we have availability, that we're going to absolutely not work with them, or are we going to try to work with them?
I think that's up to the board. I think we definitely, the rule would be we would like to get those requests
I
more
understand.
than 2 weeks out,
Yeah,
but we
I
can
do
certainly, I think in general, the staff that have been involved in that have worked very hard to accommodate the public, and that would be done.
Very good. And I that's kind of, I know there's got to be some turnaround time, especially if we're going, depending on how we're going to have supervision. But I would like to see us make an effort, if that space is available, that we try to work with somebody, even if for whatever reason. And the reason I say that, I recently witnessed or was aware of a situation where poor communication, somebody dropped the ball, didn't reserve a place, and then last minute they realized they didn't have a place, and I'll have to commend staff. They worked very hard to find a place for them to meet, and I appreciate that, but that's the kind of attitude that I'd like for us to have.
Yes, so I agree. I think part of it is making sure that all the parties that need to be present to run it are aware of the
I
timeline,
understand
but at
that
the same
as well.
time,
Yes, sir.
we definitely want to work with people.
Right, very good.
Well, you make a good point, because we had a request for the Bar Association to meet here. It was the Bar Association, I think, for 3 counties. It was our judicial district.
Right.
To try to make a nomination for a judge, and we accommodated that. And I'm not sure that was a 2-week notice.
Right, and I don't believe it was either. That was one of the things that, needed to move quickly.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Yes, and again, that was in the previous policy, but
I got you, yeah.
We can-
So, yeah, I'm good, as long as we're going to, be as accommodating as we can, obviously.
Absolutely. Okay. Any fees and deposit that must be paid or due at the time of application? We will talk about in a few minutes about the exemptions to that. The proposed policy says that food and drink may be served in the commons area assembly room, but not in the training rooms. And that's due to the carpeting, the logistics of the space, and that all trash must be removed from the premises. Drinks are permitted in this space, but not food.
Would that include if a group was using the foyer out here as well?
Well, everything in this policy is something I'm bringing up to the board
Right.
for what you want to do, but certainly there's no carpet there. It's a lot easier to clean and something we're still. No smoking, no alcohol, no private or public dances, birthday parties, reunions, or similar social functions. Just reiterating what was in the previous policy. And then that applicants may not charge participants outside of what is required to cover their costs. No for-profit events. Any questions about the operating procedures? Okay. Next, we will talk about the deposit and rental fees. And again, these are things that are in the proposed policy. Want to have a dialogue on this. I think one issue that we had previously in the current policy is that things were not as clear as they should have been, and open to some interpretation. So we want to make sure in how this policy is worded that it's very clear to everybody involved, to the county, to applicants as well. Probably helpful to start with the exceptions. So on the survey that was distributed, you made it clear in pretty unanimous fashion that you wanted certain groups to be permitted to use these spaces without having to pay a fee. Those groups, which are listed in this policy, are county departments, boards and committees, and staff conducting county business, county-affiliated or county-sponsored organizations, other local, state, and federal government organizations, recognized 501c3 nonprofit organizations, and recognized political parties. Other groups such as religious organizations are permitted to use the spaces but would not be exempt from the deposit and fees automatically. And that was based on the results of that survey. And that's in line with how the previous policy was implemented, not necessarily what it read. In terms of the deposit and the fees, actually first, are there any questions about those exempted uses? In terms of the deposit and fees, we do want to acknowledge that there is obviously a cost to the county and to the county's taxpayers to operate these facilities. We also have a responsibility to make sure that the facilities are kept in good working condition and that they are used appropriately and are not damaged and abused by county staff as well as other users. And as such, we are requiring staff to be present to supervise use. This was in the previous policy, but it was not always followed due to staffing issues. Several months ago, I provided you with some information on what other jurisdictions do in terms of a deposit and fees, and it was clear that nearly all of them had some form of that for users. And again, what I'm about to go over would not apply to any of the exempted organizations, so it will be a lot fewer organizations that would have to adhere to this. Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'll back up a little bit. When you're talking about having staff on the premises, are you talking about this facility or the building?
I'm talking about both the commons and the training room. And that would be a facilities staff member. Somebody who can address if there is an issue that comes up during the use of the facility, they could address that. If it's a temperature issue, if it's different things, they would be able to address that, but they would also be present to supervise the use of the facility. They would not necessarily be sitting in the event, but they would be available to just make sure that everything is working properly.
In the past, that was not adhering to as much as what you are asking for now, because they always had someone on call. If you needed some assistance with the air, heat, or whatever, there was always a number that you could call someone.
Right.
But not have that person in that meeting monitoring what you're doing and all of that.
Right.
Well, I don't particularly like that.
Well, they're not monitoring what anybody's doing in terms of the content of the meeting. They're available to make sure the space is being used properly.
So we're paying these people to be there on staff?
We were paying people to be on call before. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I should point out that in the budget you just went through, facilities had requested an additional person. And the reason is you were adding the library, you were adding this building, and I think you added a couple of other things. So they were wanting one anyway. And so in looking at this request, I do think we need to have some people available. And one would be for the IT stuff. Of course, we'll have an IT person there as well. But also if anything goes wrong with the room or anything like that. So I want to be clear about that. If we don't have an event going on, they're going to be part of facilities maintenance. So they can be assigned to do actual maintenance work when they're not having to supervise here. And sometimes they would still do that. They'd just be on call. So if something did break down or whatever, they could be here in a very short period of time. So I don't want you to think they're just sitting here, because we intend to use them as facilities maintenance people.
Okay, now I understand that. That's the way it has been done in the past. That's the reason
Okay.
I understand what you're doing.
Okay.
And those staff are on call anyway for normal facilities issues when somebody pops a sprinkler head at the detention center, that type of thing.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we've also lost the part-time person we had that used to be with the courthouse.
Yes, so facilities in the current budget, and I'll talk about funding and what we've got available, and it almost offsets. But facilities in the current budget has 2 part-time positions. One is somebody, he managed the courthouse, basically. He was primarily assigned there. He retired in July. And due to, obviously, with the issues we're seeing in terms of recruiting and hiring, facilities is very concerned that they will not be able to find a quality applicant to do that on a part-time basis going forward. Additionally, they had a part-time employee, funding for a part-time employee to oversee the commons supervision, because again, we were trying to adhere to the current policy, and the current policy similarly says that somebody will be on staff. However, they briefly had somebody in that position, but they were not able to keep that person due to the hours and the function. So the intent would be that facilities will take their normal rotation for on-call staff, and they will divide the responsibilities for these facilities among their normal rotation.
But given those two positions, that would give you most of the money you need to convert that.
I have a couple of questions. Am I hearing you correct in saying you want to eliminate 2 part-time positions and replace it with 3 full-time, totaling $160,010 in salaries?
No, that is not correct.
That's what this says.
The request is for replacing the full-time and the 2 part-time positions with a single full-time position. The other requests are needs related to this facility. They're not the same thing. One of them would be the same thing, but Mr. Wood and I have talked, and we're recommending not filling one of those positions, or not approving one of those positions at this time.
But we are recommending doing the IT.
If we're gonna spend $160,000 in salaries, I think we need to start talking about upping the fee for using the facility. I mean, I'm not for upping the fees, but this $160,000's got to come from somewhere.
Well, and I think that's a discussion that we want to bring to your attention. We want to bring the needs of staffing in this facility appropriately for the use to your attention, and then give you the information you need to make a decision on how you want to proceed.
I know when we did the budget, the last budget, there were 22 positions that we said we weren't going to fund, but ever since then, almost every meeting we're adding this person, that person, and that. When are we going to hit 22? I got another question. You said the hours are from 8:30 to 10. Is that 10 o'clock? Is that when they have to vacate the premises? Are they allowed to clean up following that, or do they have to be cleaned up and gone by 10?
I like in the past, I guess I'm speaking, but I've used the facility in many years. It has to be simple. In the past, you had to clean the facility up at 10 after you shut down. And if you didn't finish cleaning that facility up, you were charged. But if you didn't finish that night or in the daytime, you could always come back the next morning and finish cleaning it up. This is cleaned up. If it's not clean, then you're gonna have to pay price for it.
I mean, I think that needs to be spelled out. And I got one last question. We have rented the commons area for many years to a civic club to hold an event, and their event typically does not end until 11 p.m. Or, who's going to have the authority to make that exception?
Per this policy, the county manager has the authority to make exceptions. However, I can address all of those actually. The way the policy is written, it says 8:30 to 10. The previous policy, as you can see in the red line version you were provided with, was from 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. and then again, I think from 5:30 or 6 until midnight. And it was every day of the week, so it included Sundays. In talking with staff, there were some recommendations made of reducing that, eliminating Sunday, and then moving that to 10. My understanding is that very few, if any, entities are there that late until midnight. But certainly the reason this is coming before you is to ask for your input, and if you want something different, please, that's what this is for. In terms of allowing groups to clean up the next day, the only issue with that, especially going forward with this space, is that very frequently it is reserved the next morning at 8 a.m. I've got the schedule for the next 4 weeks, and it is, with very few exceptions, it is packed.
I beg your pardon. I wasn't talking about this facility. I was talking about
Yes, I just wanted to be clear that this space is a little bit different.
I understand.
And I think you know, like you said, the county manager has the authority to grant an exception if somebody needs to have an event that lasts till 11 p.m. That needs to be put in the policy. I think that needs to be spelled out.
Okay, it is, I'll go over that in a moment, but if we need to add language to address that concern, we certainly will.
I apologize, my mind may have wandered just a minute, so I'll make sure I didn't miss this point or make sure I understand this point. We talking about supervision for anyone who uses it or just the paid groups?
We are talking about, and I think that's a question for the board. The intent is that, you know, when it's a county function, we understand there's a county employee responsible. We can hold them accountable in a way that we may not be able to hold other groups responsible. The intent would be to have somebody from facilities on staff, not sitting in the meeting with you, but here, one, in the event there's an issue that needs to be addressed, and two, you know, if they were to hear something like somebody ripping up a table, you know, they're able to address those situations. Not that we assume every group or any group probably is going to do that, but it's just a precaution that we want to protect the spaces for future use.
Right, thank you for that.
Did I answer all the?
Yeah, you got mine, thank you.
Okay. All right. So going over the deposit and fees, I do want to make it clear again, these are recommendations in a proposed policy. They're very much open for anything the board wishes to do or not do with them. Okay, so to go over that, there is a deposit, a refundable deposit, and a rental fee. So the intent of the refundable deposit is to make sure that users respect and take care of the facility. And if they do not, if they respect and take care of everything, the deposit is refunded in full. If not, any cost that would be incurred by the county, such as having to clean up or having to make repairs, would be deducted from that deposit. Again, you may have a situation where there's damage beyond that deposit, but that's what the deposit is intended for. The intent of the fees is to cover the county's cost of operating the facilities. So by exempting certain groups from having to pay the fee and the deposit, there is an acknowledgement by the board that there is public value in providing these spaces for use by these groups with a location to conduct their business. So in terms of the proposed fees, the first is a $250 refundable deposit due at the time of application. Again, this would be refunded following the event if there is no damage and things are left in good condition. And right now, as the policy is stated, it would not apply to those exempted groups. A rental fee of $60 per hour. To your point, Vice Chairman Witherspoon, the previous policy was $50 per hour. However, that is something that has not changed in at least the last decade. The costs to the county have gone up in terms of staffing and operations, particularly in this building, and there are also maintenance needs in the commons area, such as the technology that I've mentioned. That's a recommendation. It's not, you have certainly weighed in on that. Additionally, we are recommending, and that would be an hourly rental fee. Additionally, we are recommending a $30 an hour rental fee if someone were to rent the commons area lunchroom independent of the assembly room. We don't want to complicate this policy with a million different little fees and differences. However, in talking about this with staff, we did feel that the lunchroom is considerably smaller than the assembly room, and there is no technology in that space. So if somebody were to want that room by itself, then we felt like a smaller fee would be appropriate. That said, if you were to rent the commons area as whole and want the lunchroom, it will be included with the normal fee for the commons. Again, the previous policy had some separate fees broken out for setup, for cleaning, for AV. However, we have attempted to simplify things by deducting the cleanup and damage costs would come out of that deposit, and it makes that clear here, and incorporating the setup and AV fees in that hourly rental fee. And again, this would only be right now for organizations and applicants that are not exempt from the deposit and fees. Any questions about any of that? Any thoughts on the amounts or suggestions?
So I'm assuming that $60 per hour would cover building expenses, HVAC, whatever, plus the hourly, or what might be calculated out as the hourly rate for whoever is supervising that space.
Correct. It is intended to cover staff time, to cover operations, to incorporate any setup that's needed. We had last week a table in this room broke during setup. So we want to, this space is a bit more complicated. We want to make sure appropriate staff are setting things up.
Understand that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
And and I think I heard you say, so if somebody's renting the commons and that's $60 an hour, and they wanted the lunchroom too, it'd still be $60.
Correct. That they would, if they are a group that would have to pay a fee or an applicant, then they would pay that $60, and they would be allowed. If they did not need it, they would specify they didn't need it, and it would be available for somebody else's use.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That is a change then, ain't it? That's a change. Because normally when you're in the common area, the commons area, that little kitchen part will along with that.
Yes, ma'am, and it still will go along with that in most cases, but if somebody did not need it and said they did not need that space or want that space, it would be available for a smaller meeting.
Okay.
But the intent is not to say you don't get that automatically if you need it.
So they got to specify if they need it.
The question will be asked if,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Our current person in Parks and Rec has done a very good job of trying to understand the full needs and make sure they're accommodating. We're about to go through a transition in that position, but make sure that they're well acquainted with wanting to make sure they're working with the public. Any other questions? Okay. I do want to bring up one concern that was raised by staff during the review of this policy. I did mention it in the memo. But the one concern was that if groups are exempted from paying a deposit, there could be less of an incentive for them to take care of the spaces. That's not to say any specific groups. It's just a general term. You don't know who's going to be renting the space in the future. But the question that was asked, which I want to bring to you, was what ability does the county have to incentivize and make sure everybody's using it properly so that it does stay in good condition for future use. One way is to acknowledge up front that users who do not adhere to the policy or abuse facilities will lose the right to use them in the future. That is what is written here. Another option would be you could charge the deposit, refundable deposit, or a smaller amount of a deposit, such as not $250, but maybe $100. We just wanted to bring that issue to you for your thoughts and consideration. Again, the current proposal does not include a deposit, but it does state that they will be responsible for any costs and that may arise from damage or improper use, and that they may be banned from future use of the facility. Are there any thoughts on, are you comfortable with that proposed language?
I think it needs to be spelled out in the policy.
Yeah, I would say something more along the lines of, if you abuse it, you'll lose it until you replace or repair whatever damages had occurred.
Okay, and currently, it does say, in the event an applicant who is exempted from having to pay a deposit and rental fee does not adhere to this policy, or it is found that they did not properly clean or damage the facility, the applicant will be responsible for any costs incurred by the county and may be banned from using county facilities in the future.
So, I think that sounds good,
Do you come to
in
that?
my opinion. But I would ask, have we had any problems in the past with people abusing the property?
Well, given the transitions that we've had, I've not heard of anything specific. I think there may have been one or two situations in the past, but, you know, oftentimes, you know, you're writing a policy to think about things and not, you know.
Understand, yeah, thank you. That was just for historical.
Yes, I can't, I'm not aware of anything specific.
Thank you.
Okay. Additionally, this policy grants the county manager authority to waive fees for non-exempted applicants in the event they determine there is a public benefit, but it also makes clear that this waiver should be applied consistently. So as you'd have two similar situations and you don't do for one and not the other.
Well, again, a good example would be when the Bar Association made their request, my feeling was they were taking care of public business because it was their responsibility to make recommendations to some state board on these judicial nominees. And so I felt like they were carrying out a public purpose, and therefore I waived the fee for that.
And then to Vice Chairman Witherspoon's point, it says at the end, similarly, the county manager has the authority to allow other uses not expressly allowed within this policy in the event that they determine that there is a public benefit for doing so and that such use is not in conflict. The goal there is to grant the county manager authority to make decisions as needed based on scenarios that may not have been envisioned in this policy. And prior to this, there was very little about the fee waiver and that sort of thing, so we wanted to make sure that was in here. Any other questions about the policy? I guess with the changes that we've discussed and clarifying some of that language, are you comfortable with what is in here, the fee amounts, different things, or is that?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, we've had a request from Mr. Richard Chapman. Mr. Chapman is here. He's requested that you hold a public hearing on this at your next meeting to get public input. He has some ideas on it. And I'm bringing that up because as we go to set our agenda, we would not, if you want to hold a public hearing, obviously we don't want to put this on the consent agenda. You should have a separate public hearing, hear what they have to say, then see if you want to make any changes based on that. And then you could, move forward with it as you so choose.
It sounds fine to me. My fellow commissioner, you okay with that? Yep. So yeah, we can do that. Let's put it on there.
Okay. So
with and then we can have a public hearing.
Okay.
For opportunity for comments on this.
Okay.
Policy.
All right.
Is that it, or was there?
I want to talk about the staffing issue.
Yeah, good.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I want to get back to Vice Chairman Witherspoon's questions. Yeah.
Yes. So in terms of staffing, and this is all in the memo, as I have noted previously, county staff do not currently have the capacity to implement this policy as proposed. The current policy requires previous policy requires that the facilities manager be on site for all events in the commons. However, that has not been happening due to the staffing issues. Instead, as Commissioner McCoy mentioned, a facilities maintenance employee has been on call to address any issues that come up. Opening the resource center and library training rooms up for public use will add to the workload as the space is more complex, as I mentioned in the commons area, both in terms of function and in audio-visual capability. We believe that proper implementation of this policy, as the board has directed, will require additional work from facilities maintenance and IT. A member of the facilities maintenance staff should be on site, particularly for non-county events where we, again, don't have direct authority over users. And a member of IT staff is required to manage technology when audiovisual capability is requested. That may not always be the case, certainly. Again, facilities maintenance currently has 2 vacant part-time positions, one responsible for maintenance duties at the courthouse, and the other was created to provide supervision over the commons area. Again, I'm retreading, the employee who previously maintained the courthouse retired on July 15th, and facilities does not believe they can find an adequate replacement to fill a part-time position. Again, also the position to supervise the commons area was filled briefly. However, facilities has been unable to keep that position staffed in its current form. In addition, and I'm going to go over, in addition to these part-time positions, facilities maintenance did request an additional technician in the FY22 budget due to increased workload in the department and the opening of the resource center and library, as Mr. Wood stated. However, the position was not funded. We believe the following positions are needed to provide adequate staffing levels and to properly implement this policy. I'll go over the 3 requests mentioned and then give our recommendation. We don't recommend filling all of them. The additional facilities maintenance technician that would replace the 2 part-time positions facilities currently has and would allow the department to continue maintaining the courthouse and address additional workload issues, including the maintenance of the resource center and library, the warranty for which will expire in February 2022. Facilities maintenance currently has $25,107.21 available in part-time salaries, which could offset the cost of this position. So the cost of funding this position for half a year is $26,313. That includes benefits, which would only require an additional $1,205.79 over what was budgeted in the current fiscal year for part-time salaries. Certainly, if the board were to approve that, you'd have the full salary next fiscal year, but that would address this in the current fiscal year. Next is what we're calling a facilities maintenance assistant, and that would be a position that would primarily be responsible for managing or supervising the commons area and training rooms. And it would not have the technical knowledge of a facilities maintenance technician, and therefore we felt it could be hired at a lower grade. The idea there was if you wanted somebody for this facility, you wouldn't have to go ahead and hire a tech, and it would be something that would cost a bit less. But right now we are not recommending the board approve that new position. Finally, an audio-visual technician / trainer for the IT department. And this position would primarily be responsible for managing the audio-visual needs in the commons area and RCL training rooms, as well as in the resource center and library. This position, again, was requested by IT in the fiscal year 22 budget, but was not funded. In addition to managing the above technology needs, this position would also provide technology training to county staff. As obviously with the pandemic, we've seen considerably more technology use throughout our organization, and IT has frequently been called upon to provide support and technical assistance for these platforms. Again, the Resource Center and Library also includes more technology than other county facilities, and as a result, additional training is needed to allow staff to fully engage these enhancements for public benefit. At this time, staff recommends the board consider approving the additional facilities maintenance technician to replace the 2 part-time positions, as well as the audiovisual tech / trainer. As noted above, facilities maintenance has funding available for part-time salaries that could offset nearly all of the costs for funding a full-time tech position for the remainder of this fiscal year. And the audiovisual technician and trainer is also necessary due to the complexity of the training rooms and other training needs within the building and other facilities. We recommend deferring the additional facilities maintenance assistant position until potentially FY23, when it could potentially come back before you as an expansion request in the budget. But by that time, we'll have additional information on the actual use of these facilities, the capacity, and those issues, and we would be able to give you a better recommendation in terms of what the need actually is, particularly for after-hours events. So that is the staffing discussion. What questions or thoughts do you have?
You say the last part of that you just said again, the recommendation.
Recommending staffing the additional facilities maintenance technician.
Got it.
We have existing positions.
That's
that would
the
be
2 part-time
adding one
positions.
that would replace
Right.
the 2 part-time
Gotcha.
positions.
And then
You would have part-time salaries that could account for almost all of that.
Right.
And certainly depending on when it's hired.
May ease the cut.
Correct. And then the second one would be requesting approval of the IT position, which would handle the audiovisual needs in both facilities and in the rest of this building, as well as a training position for staff. it's one position that would handle all those responsibilities.
And what is the, I'm sorry, I should have my stuff up. What's the projected salary for that?
It is a grade 20. The projected salary is $59,239. I'm sorry. Projected salary and benefits would be $59,239.
And where we would get that, if y'all recall, when the last time we were trying to make some adjustments in our pay plan, we adjusted the estimate for property tax, if y'all recall, because we had sent the property tax bills out, so we had a better number. In looking at this, I believe where we were was we used all of that except for about 140,000. So this would take roughly 60,000 to do that, and that's where I would propose we take that money from.
And that would only be a partial year, so it would not
Right.
require all of that this year.
Right.
True.
Yeah, that's right, it'd be half of that, or 2/3, yeah.
So if approved and we were to hire that position today, we're still less than 30,000 for the remainder of this year.
All right.
Thank you.
Correct. You're very welcome. And I guess one consideration in all this and doing the public hearing at the next meeting and then consideration of the policy, certainly if the public hearing leads to additional changes, we can make those and bring them before you. But obviously it will take time to recruit and hire staff, which affects, how much money will be spent. And we also want to make sure county departments, once the board implements or is preparing to implement this, has time to get their stuff on the calendar so that we don't run into those conflict situations that you were talking about. Even this week, I know between the elections coming up in March and the vaccinations, testing, and other uses, there are some weeks that it's very difficult to even schedule county functions. So with that in mind, is this something you may want to be adopted among, or to be effective at adoption, or would you, potentially want to make it effective at a certain date, whether it's January 1st or before that, or completely up to the board?
Yeah, thank you for that, because we do need to give some thought to that, I think, moving forward. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Haney? Commissioner McCoy?
You're saying the salary for that person is $59,000 or something a year. Are you talking about one person?
Yeah.
Very clear.
Salary with benefits.
Salary with benefits.
Yeah, so a large portion of that is,
Be on staff all the time.
right, and a large portion of that, of course, be the medical insurance.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand if that person is gonna be on staff all the time.
Yes, that would be a full-time position.
Full-time position.
Yes, ma'am.
Here all the time.
And in talking with IT and HR, the belief is that there is, again, this is a position that was requested in the previous fiscal year, so there is a belief that it is certainly, there's enough work for this person to do on a full-time basis, if not.
That's what I question.
Right, and that's how I asked Mr. Hall this.
Enough work for a full-time person to be paid that kind of money, yeah. I'm not really pleased with what some of our staff are getting right now. So I'm just, it's just rolling in my mind. You're gonna be a full-time staff person, and with that full-time staff person have duties and responsibility all through the year, because I'm just not paying that kind of money to have a staff person here. And when we have employees here in this county, that needs adjusting. And which we can't do. We can't do simply because we don't have the funding. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I want to know what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
This is money, and it is a problem. Employee staff salary in this county is a problem.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yes, ma'am. And if I can just say, I do want to give you this information. Again, that amount was salaries and benefits. The minimum salary for a grade 20 is $39,630. That would be salary. The benefits would be the additional amount of that.
Okay, I got you. Just want to understand what we're doing.
Yes, brother.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoy. And along that line, I'll ask Mr. Hall this question. I know this was a request in the budget, this year's budget, it was not included. So was the original plan for this position that part of those duties and responsibilities would be oversight of these, of the training room and these facilities? So you were already thinking about this would be a flexible work schedule depending on bookings for these things?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess the bottom line question is, you're confident that there would be plenty of things that this person would have as far as their work expectations, if, for whatever reason, I doubt there'd be many days, but when there was nothing going on here after hours?
Yes, sir, and that's the training piece of this position. We're you know, the use of technology has just really ramped over the last few years. And training of technology pieces has been really left up to the departments, and we're looking for this to be a general. Harnett County, this is the way we do technology here. This is how you open up your emails. This is how you access calendars. This is how you don't click on the links in the email and ransomware all this stuff up. And that's where we're hoping to go with about 50% of this position. And the other problem that we've ran into is, and you notice that Ben or I are here just about every meeting. And prior to this building, and well, really prior to COVID, we weren't involved in these meetings. And then there's a lot of other things that are going on, especially with this new building opening up. That's tying up Ben's time. So we really like to free up Ben's current position to go back to technical support of the users and all those things, and let this position take over what we've been doing here.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And if I may, a lot of this would be dependent on the events coming up. So right now, Parks and Rec sends out an email every Friday about the upcoming week to help plan. So this position, if they're working late one night, they would take off, they might be able to take off the next day for an hour to offset that, to not obviously accrue overtime, that sort of thing. But, depending on the need, like for instance, when Ben or I are here for a board meeting at night, they're here for the whole thing because that's, that requires that to make sure the technology is working. Some meetings may not require them to be here for the full, just making sure things are, you got a PowerPoint going when you get here, may be all that's required. So that they may not be sitting here in a meeting around the clock.
And part of this position also, in addition, like for, if I booked it tonight for use, other than making sure the technology is operating as we would expect it to, there would also be some responsibility to kind of provide oversight and make sure, we're taking care, we're not eating and drinking in here for example, if that's going to be part of it.
I think that's the facilities.
On the facility side. Yeah. But the IT person, for instance, I've been in similar setups to this space where, there may be a meeting going on in the other room and all of a sudden we've got audio coming in from the other room. Making sure that we're effectively managing this so it functions as it should.
So essentially, you said we may have two people here then. We might have a facilities person here and
We could, but I think that's one of the things we want to look at, because if the IT guy is going to have to be here for 2 hours, we might just say, we don't need the facilities guy.
I agree. I think that could be part of that.
Right, and we gotta work through those kinds of things, but clearly we don't want to overstaff.
I would think that while I'm here, making sure technology is working right, I could also make sure they're not serving barbecue in here.
Exactly, exactly.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Haney, I'm sorry, Commissioner McCoy.
One more question, because you brought this up. If they're using the facility, and because of the carpeting all in here, we never did turn that up. Is it all right for them to go out there?
Right.
And patio probably to have a snack or a soda or something like that. I think we need to make that very clear too.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoy. I actually had that jotted down in my notes to revisit, and I missed it, so I appreciate you bringing that back up. And I asked that question because I just remember when I was given my original tour of this facility, when it opened, and one of the things was saying, well, you can open these doors, which I understand is not as easy as it was projected to be at one time, if you wanted to have a refreshment table out there, you could. It is, it's not carpet, I understand, but you certainly, I wouldn't think you'd want the food flowing into this room. So I appreciate that. I think we do need to decide how we want to go in response amendments to that, but, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because I do remember that statement being made sometime along the way.
We could certainly make it clear that it would not be permitted in the carpeted area, if that's what the board would like to do. And again, that's, you know, that wall right there and the other one on the other side is indicative of why a facilities person is important.
Right.
To be able to manage that properly. One issue why it wouldn't be open right now is that you've also got to close it at the end of the day and make sure that everything is secure.
Right.
So there is a lot that goes into the space, which is good in some ways and maybe not in others.
And I just want to make it clear, my position is not a meal. I'm just talking about
Right.
snack and refreshment.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
Well, right now, you know, you certainly have situations where staff and the public visiting the library, you know, you can eat out at those tables, and we don't want to restrict that. So.
Well, and I think the intent was to have it. I mean, you've got a kitchen back here.
Yes, this is, and the kitchen is multifunctional. It is a break room for
Right.
the library and the staff as well. And making sure we're using all those functions
Right.
in tandem is.
So is that something we want to give Brian some direction on at this point? You know, we're talking about refreshments out in either one of these two areas, but not in the carpet room. How do you want him to go about putting that in this policy? Or you want to think about it and we discuss it at the public hearing?
The way the policy is worded currently, it specifically applies to this room, so it would not preclude anything outside of these walls. So if that's the wish of the board, it already allows for that, but we can certainly make that even more clear if you'd like.
Is everybody good with that? That's the way it's currently written. I think I am. But,
I think some things need to be decided by us, not everything going to the public hearing and all of that. So that makes it clear.
so you think you've got a good picture of kind of where we're leaning right now?
I think I do. My plan will be to make the clarifications that were mentioned today in this policy, get that to Melissa for include in the packet for the next meeting for board review.
Sounds good. Any other questions, comments? I would just like to say that I know you have spent countless hours trying to work through this. I think we've sent you back a couple of times at least, if not 3, to rework. And I appreciate the hard work you've done. I think it is important we have this nice facility. Obviously, it's going to have some wear and tear over time, but I really think we need to do everything we can to maintain the appearance and the nice facilities that we have while at the same time making it available to our citizens to be able to use. So thank you for your efforts on that. I appreciate that. So we will put this on as a separate item for the regular meeting, along with a opportunity for a public hearing.
Would you also want to include the potential approval of those 2 positions for consideration?
Well, I think they definitely would need to be a part. We may, continue that discussion and tweak that or change that, but I think as you presented it, that we would at least want to continue that discussion. What do you folks think? I mean, we're looking at one position that basically is taking one full position that's taking the place of 2 part-time positions that, would be no additional revenue have to be allocated for that for the remainder of this year. And then you're looking at another one that we're talking about, if they were hired today, less than $30,000 for the remainder of this year, which Mr. Wood has said is available in the overage from the final numbers of the tax
That's right.
collection, I believe, which is totals now about 140,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the way I see it, that's the issue we're deciding upon right now, for whenever.
Well, since this is part of the the policy, I think we ought to just hold off on approving it until we finally approve the policy.
Yeah, and so it'd be part of the, what we have on next meeting.
So am I understanding you want us to hold a public hearing? Then we'll have a motion to approve the policy as amended.
Not necessarily after the public hearing, we may decide that,
Oh, I know, well,
we
you can
wanna go
always
back-
table, you can always table it.
Yeah, we
I'm
may
asking, what I was looking at is if we put it on for action, if you're ready, you can do it.
Right.
If you're not ready, you table it.
yeah.
And the same thing with, then we would follow that up with a motion on what to do about the requests on the funding of the positions. And again, the same thing, you can approve them, disapprove them, or table it, depending on really what you do with the policy. I do agree that if you don't approve the policy, I would not approve the positions yet, obviously. But that way, we'll have everything on the agenda
Right.
if you're ready to go. If you're not, that's, you know.
That would be the way I see it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Everybody agree with that?
Okay. Melissa, did you get all of that? Good, because I don't know that I could say it again.
Say it again, that's right. All right, thank you again, Mr. Taney, appreciate that. We'll move on to discussion of of a resolution of adoption for Fort Bragg Regional Land Use Advisory Commission bylaw revisions. Mr. Wood, Mr. Sykes.
I'm going to turn that over to Jay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, any board members. This is kind of similar to what we worked on last month on our text amendment, working with the Regional Land Use Advisory Committee with Fort Bragg. And but that was a text amendment, obviously, within the land use regulations. But over time, the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission has evolved, if you will, from just a land use collaboration and cooperation with 22 members to a little bit of everything, any sort of communication. 22 members, Cumberland, Harnett, Hoke, Richmond, Robertson, Sampson, and then 15 municipalities. So over the time, the Roulette Commission has decided to amend their bylaws, basically. And these bylaws are, again, kind of going through, it literally strikes out land use and adds in forum for communication. It just kind of broadens what they already do and just kind of codifies their regulations. The main things that Mark and I were noting that it touches on is it's going from initially land use forum to a total communications focus. Membership, representatives of the member municipalities. There's now terms. Everybody's familiar with the terms of, terms of a membership or terms of a voting member, but that wasn't really listed or notified. So there's a term now. The voting member or representative of the member, so that would be Harnett County's member, obviously, can be reappointed, and there's no limitation on the reappointments. And then there's more actual detail for the board officers. Obviously, every board has officers, but there was no details for the chairman or the vice chair or the treasurer. So again, this is a commission that Harnett County has been a member of for many, many years, and they just requested. I think they reached out to administration directly that we adopt their revised bylaws, basically, and they're looking for 2/3 support from their 22 members.
Any question, Mr. Sykes? Hearing none, any objection to putting this on the agenda for the next voting meeting?
Can we put it on the consent agenda? We don't have to have a public hearing, do we?
No, sir. Yeah,
Public
that's what. Yeah, I think we could go
Yeah,
consent.
I would put it on consent.
I think we put it on the consent agenda.
All right, sounds good. Any objection to that, Mr. McCoy, you okay with that? Mr. Nickel, Mr. Johnson? All right, so Melissa, if you just put that on the consent agenda for us, thank you, Mr. Sykes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next item, discuss the rename of Fort Bragg. I don't know, I did was approached, that maybe this is something we need to put off, but, I'm not sure who brought this up, so I'll let Mr. Wood.
Well, I think we've had a request to give some input into this. The indication we're getting is it's going to happen. And so they're reaching out to each county and asking for input. And at the last meeting, Mr. Chairman, when you were not here, I think we had a discussion. Mr. Commissioner Johnson would like to see it named for General Bill Lee from Dunn because he is credited with founding the Airborne. Commissioner Nickel is in favor of keeping the name of Fort Bragg because of its meaning to all the people who have served there. And so I think that's kind of where we left it. And I'll just, either of you two gentlemen want to make any further comments?
Mr. Chairman, Tourism had, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Doug Tourism, the board had requested that the county of Harnett write a letter of recommendation for Bill Lee.
Okay.
And Commissioner Johnson sits on that board as well as I, so I'll yield to you if you want to.
The president of the William C. Lee Memorial Commission would like to come over and speak to the board before we make a decision. And I think he'll be available anytime within a couple of 3 weeks.
Okay.
He's also on the councilman for the city of Dunwich, and they are writing a letter, so as other towns being requested to do the same thing.
Could he come on Monday for our board meeting?
I can ask him, sir. I can ask him.
Okay.
Could you just give me a date?
Would it be better to have him at a work session? That way we can have some discussion amongst ourselves after we hear from him? Just
however y'all want to do it, it's fine with me.
The
What
work
do you think?
session would be good.
So
Work
I guess the
sessions
next
on
work session would be what, the
the
8th?
9th.
Well, I'm going to ask that y'all switch the 9th to the 8th, but I'll get into that shortly in the closed session.
So why don't we just say, whenever next work session is, we'll see if he's available to come at that time, whatever.
Yeah. You agree with that?
Yeah. All right. So that would bring us to the county manager's report. Mr. Wood.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, if I could, Melissa handed out to y'all or sent it by email yesterday, the change order on the AWAS. If y'all recall, we had discussed this before. We didn't like the price, if you remember. We have subsequently gone back and discussed it with the contractor, but also with the Division of Aviation. And the reason for that is this is a 90-10 project, 90% being paid by the Division of Aviation. So for us, they have settled on it. They're comfortable with the pricing now. And it's primarily it's their money. What it means to us is the price is $96,264 and a 60-day extension to the contract. So your share of that would be 10%. So what it means to us is $9,626. And we had some discussion about maybe we pull some of this out and have a separate contract, but it would cost a whole lot more than that to go through all of that and meet all the requirements. It would delay the project and that sort of thing. So if Division of Aviation is comfortable with it after they reviewed it, our recommendation is you go ahead with it. And so I would recommend that you put that on the agenda for the next meeting and get it approved, and then we move on with that because that project is underway now, so we don't want to unduly delay it. We've already delayed it some, trying to make a decision on this. So that's where we're at. Barry's here if you have any specific questions about it, but that's overall. You remember this is where we're raising the AWAS up about 2 feet.
thank you for working on that price. Any objection to putting that on consent agenda for next time? We're able to do that. Let's
Okay,
just put
yes.
it on the consent agenda for
Okay.
next time. Thank you. I mean, for next meeting.
On the manager report, I guess the next thing is the agenda for the regular meeting. And Melissa has given you a draft of that.
I'm gonna add those two items we've just discussed to the consent agenda.
Right.
Any questions by anyone on the proposed agenda for next time?
What I don't see on here is the facility rentals,
Right.
but we would have a public hearing.
We'll need to
And
add
then
that as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir, thank you. Anybody else see anything else that we discussed that we need to add that's not there?
Commissioner Coyle, yes, ma'am.
I see an update on the American Rescue Plan Fund.
Right.
We have yet to discuss that. When
Right.
are we gonna fully discuss it?
We're going to recommend that you break it out from the CIP. Your CIP is supposed to be back on November, I believe it's the 9th. And we don't even have a state budget yet. So it really kind of defeats some of the purpose. So I think in the interest of time, we need to just knock out the CIP. But on staff, we will go through what we think is ARPA eligible, and we'll try to put that under ARPA. And so what we want to do is come back to you and have a discussion about what we think is ARPA eligible, and then we'll pull that out of the CIP, and we'll do a separate allocation for your ARPA funds. I don't know how else to do it, because we just don't have the information. I mean,
Right, exactly.
we were trying to combine it, but, you know, it's like we're trying to pin Jello to the wall, trying to get a decision on a budget around here.
Well, remind me again, because I may be getting this confused with ESSER money, but, do we have the deadline for us to have this money committed, spent, or whatever is that?
Oh, you've got till
We've got
December of
time.
'24.
Okay.
That's for the allocation, and December of '26 to have built everything or spent the money.
Okay.
So you have plenty of
So
time.
we have time to.
Yeah, I was just trying to fold it into the CIP and then you'd be done, but that's just not gonna work from a timing standpoint. Now, Brian has continued to do a lot of work on trying to nail down what we can and can't use it for. One of the critical questions is, and I don't know if he's gotten an answer on this yet, but we hope to have it for you there, and I'll go ahead and put it out there for you. As you know, one of the things we were talking about using this money for was possibly on this North Harnett wastewater treatment plant, that expansion, because our share of that could be upwards of $20 million. The question has arisen. We know you can use it for line extensions and things like that. The question has arisen, can you use it to increase capacity at a plant? And we're trying to nail that down. But there are an awful lot of people that are in our shoes that want to do plant expansions. And of course, our argument is this isn't an optional thing for us. We've got to do it. I mean, we just spent 45 minutes going through our need for it this morning. So we're trying to nail that down. And as y'all know, the other big thing we were looking at was broadband, which would, again, serve everybody in the community. And as y'all know, right now, state law would not allow that. But they do have a bill, I think, moving through the legislature, sponsored by the NCACC, that is supposed to address that issue. So we've got to have answers to those two things before we can finalize really our two most critical things and the two biggest ticket items. We've got some other things I think we're pretty confident we can use it for, but those are the two big ticket items. And of course, broadband was your number one priority. And I would think that the Northwest Harnett wastewater treatment plant is very quickly becoming number two, given our capacity limitations that we talked about today. So that's basically where we're at. So I've kind of given you some of the update. We keep hoping every week that we'll get some definitive answers on those things. And so we'll just keep scheduling it with you until we're able to nail down what we can and can't use it for. I'm sorry it's so disjointed, but we can't get answers on what we want to use it for, and we don't have a state budget.
I understand all of that, but I do think that at some point, at some time, we need to have some discussion on these things are very important, and I think it should be included, broadband, as well as the water plant and all that. But those funds do have room in there to do some community projects across our county.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want that to get slipped away.
It won't be.
I just want to make sure.
It won't be. Again, what Brian is doing is he's trying to nail down exactly what we can use it for.
Okay.
It's not just broadband and water.
Okay,
or sewer.
I understand, but you didn't say that, and I want to make sure that
Okay.
my position, and I'm sure
Right.
that other commissioners here in position is
Right.
same as mine, because
Right.
there's a lot of things in this county that needs to be fixed.
Right, and I also want to reiterate, our plan was to have some public input sessions.
Right.
But again, I don't want to do those
I understand.
until we have crystal clear guidance about what we can and can't do, because I don't want the public to get frustrated because they came in and thought they had a good idea and then it's not even allowed. So we'd like to, that's why I'm putting that off. I'm trying to get clear guidance from the U.S. Treasury Department on what exactly we can use this for, what's eligible. And once we have that, then our intent is to come back to you, inform you of that, make a list of what we can do, and then I would suggest we have some input sessions from the community, and then we can get down to how do you want to allocate it out. And the way things are going, you may be doing that with your new manager, because this is just dragging on and on and on. I've never,
Thank you.
But the good thing is, I'm not the key person on it. Brian is. He's the one who's, he's ramrodding this for the county. So, and that was intentional, so that you'd have that continuity.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you, Commissioner McCoy, for that question. Anything else? I did see on the applications to serve on boards and committees, I think there's one that has one vacancy and what is it, 3 or 4 applicants?
Four
Four
applicants.
applicants, so I would urge my fellow commissioners that have an applicant from your district to provide some input as to what your thoughts are on that prior to next meeting, so that we can be ready to move on that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess the other thing is the upcoming meetings that you have.
Right. And
that Ms. Capps has provided, and I think Mr. Wood's going to talk about possibly taking another look at the date of that work session.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, on her draft of the regular meeting on November 1, you'll notice we have number 8. I'd like to talk about that a little bit and then ask Lou to give us an update on that. If you remember, I gave you an email and we talked about what we're gonna do about the 3 existing projects, because the engineer of record decision has to be made before the 13th, because it expires on the 13th.
I think actually we could continue on a month-to-month basis if we're not settled on an EOR by the 13th.
You might could. Ideally,
We can't.
I would like us to make a decision, and I think
understand.
y'all would.
We're gonna
But-
try to.
But Lou's heading that committee, and so Lou, it might be good if you gave everybody an update that committee's meeting. We did get 6, I believe.
We have 6 response to the RFP, and the committee consists of the Airport Advisory Board Chairman and Vice Chairman, Commissioner Nickel, Ms. Pusser, the airport manager, and myself. We met last week, but no one had had an opportunity to look through the proposals that we had received, so we're meeting again this afternoon to have further discussion on the, and try to narrow it down to 1 or 2 engineering firms to present to the board for their final approval.
So if they're able to do that on the 1st, and then if you were able to take action on that, if you agree with what they recommend or whatever you do, then hopefully by the 8th, we might be interviewing those companies.
Correct.
And I would prefer that, because if you could select one of them and 1 or 2, and we know where we're going before the 13th, then that solves that issue. And then the simultaneous decision, if you don't stay with Talbot and Bright, is what are we gonna do about the apron project, which they've designed, and as y'all know, we asked for a delay on that till we could get the Army planes out of there. They have left. And so we've got, and we're still waiting for the state. We've gotten informal approval of changing that, but we're waiting on the formal approval on that. The other project is, refresh my memory, Barry, there's 3 of them.
The master plan and
Yeah, the master plan and then the terminal.
The terminal.
And so, and
We do have work authorization for the apron expansion.
Yeah.
It's going to be circulated. It's been approved by DOA.
okay, it has been approved. Okay.
And when we make a recommendation on the engineer of record, I anticipate us making a recommendation at the same time on those 3 projects.
How to handle those?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. So that would allow us to keep within the time limit we're looking at if all goes according to that plan, because hopefully you'd have decisions by the 8th. And again, it doesn't expire until the 13th, isn't that right, Chris?
Yes, sir. 13.
Okay. So that's where we're at on that.
Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. The only other thing I'd mention, Commissioners, if you look, there is, I believe Ms. Capps can correct me if I'm wrong, because as you know, I've been out of place for a while, but we have been invited to participate in the Veterans Day Parade on Thursday, November 11th. If you would, when we meet again next week, if you could let Ms. Capps know how many of y'all would like to participate, so that we can make those arrangements. And also, I believe 3 Christmas parades that I see listed here for, are they all on December 4th? I guess so.
Yeah, one of them's Denham's Days or something.
Be hard to participate. I thought the Irwin Parade was on there. But anyway, we'll have time to work through that. But anyway, be looking at those and see if that's something that you'd be available and would like to participate in as well. We'll talk about that going forward. Any further business to come before this group today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that the board go into closed session to discuss the following purposes. and that is to discuss certain personnel matters. I make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoy, for that motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Nichol. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We will move into closed session. Thank you. McCoy, we have a motion to amend the, motion to close session to include discussion of economic development matters. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Nickel, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you, Commissioner Weatherspoon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
We're done.